Alright, I'm just about ready to get started here. Sorry for the wait. I was trying to get something strange done. It didn't really work out. Yeah, that's probably not going to end up working. I was trying to make a custom dock for Godot real quick, and I don't know why I thought that would be a quick process, because it really, really isn't. That's okay, though. Facecam jump scare. Ah! How's it going? My name is Andrew from Podunk Games, and we are going to be doing some animating today. It's going to be a good time. So what that's going to involve here is we're going to be taking this Munchroom guy, and we're going to be making him have different animations. And then we have a... Nope, not that. Where is it? We have this Munchroom guy that we're going to be giving his own animations as well. And so the two of them will have all of their animations done and ready to go into stage 2 of the game. So stage 1 is obviously the garden with all of the vegetables, and then we have the mushrooms that are in the next area, and we need all of them to have their own animations so that we can make them do stuff. I do have some animations ready for the Munchroom. I'll show them to you now. These I worked on yesterday. So this is his regular idle. He kind of just sways a little bit. There's a simple idle for basically every creature where they kind of just sway. And then we have the secondary idle where he kind of goes back into mushroom form, does a little peek, looks around, and jumps up and bites. This other idle here, he does kind of a big yawn. And then we have his heal animation. He munches down on a stick. And we have the attack. Now the attack, this one looks a little bit weird because you have to imagine the player is over here, and he's going to be moving between here and here to attack. And so what actually happens during the animation is going to look a little strange, but he trips, bites, and he flies back. So at the beginning, he trips like this, he rolls over, as he gets into the air, he opens his jaw wide, and then he chomp right at the end, right there. Then he falls backwards, bonks his noggin, and ends up back at the start. And that's going to be his regular attack animation. It's only 4.5 seconds. It's really not too crazy for as far as attacks go here. I think I'm starting to make the attacks and like basically every animation just a little bit quicker because the game pace kind of felt slow with how I was doing it before. So like the onion healing is only like 2 3/4 seconds long, which is fine. It's a pretty quick animation. He just throws a bandage on and gets the heal particles. I gotta make sure of something real quick. Just because something feels a little bit off. I want to make sure that I don't have anything messed up. It looks like I'm fine. For whatever reason, I was thinking, I'm like, I wonder if they're still scaled halfway, but I think I fixed that, and they don't need to be scaled anymore. So, the Munchroom here... Or no, I was looking at the onion animation length here. So yeah, he's got that 2.8 second heal. The hurt animation is 2 1/4. The block animation is 5 seconds. It's one of the longer ones. The particles effect is still kind of busted. That's got to get worked on a bit. But then all of his actual idle animations are a lot longer. So that's like 10 seconds, 9 3/4, 5.5, 4.5-ish. And, hey, Clanny. And so all the idle animations are going to be a bit longer. It's just those like hurting animations and stuff like that that need to be pretty short. Got a cat. See if he'll get up on the desk and get in front of the camera. Hey, you wanna jump? He's been getting in the way of all the drawing lately. So let's see if he'll get in the way of the animating. Nancy, come here, bud. Guess not. No cats today. Alright, so we have a few more animations that need to be made for the Munchroom, and for that, why don't we get the hurt animation in? I believe I call it hurt, right? For all of these? Yep, hurt. So we'll get that implemented. I'm just going to grab all of the tracks from here. And start working on it. So we go ahead and we paste all the tracks. And I can go through and clean this up later and get rid of the unused tracks, but they really don't hurt it that much to have. So for the onion getting hurt, the actual hit takes up the first third of a second, and then the reaction, and then by the 1 second mark he's already resetting. So we're going to try to aim for something similar on the Munchroom. So we're going to make this, what was it, 2.25 seconds long for the animation. So from 0 to that 1/3 of a second mark, we'll just do that like here. Do. Oh my god, I'm so bad. There we go. We're going to hit record, and we're going to take our skeleton here, and we're going to move him back a hair, put him up like this. I've got a bunch of stuff turned off here. There we go. We'll take this. Okay. Nope, I'll leave that right there. Yeah, something like that should be fine. And we'll change the eye animation from the normal to the stunned. Let me reset that. So now foot kind of moves up. We want to keep the foot relatively still because that will kind of give the indication that he's actually standing on it. So instead of how that ends up, we want it to be in line with the origin line there. So around here, we all stand up straight. All right, bring this down like so. Should do it. Brought it down a little too far. Back up a hair. fly in here. Alright. I should do it. And what we'll do, if I can not have a fly in my room, we're also just going to move him over a bit more. So it looks like he kind of, you know. I think we're going to have to do that a little different. Add that. That will be there. That way I can keep him kinda... And I think the other thing I'm gonna do is start bending him like this. Because I really like the idea of the Munchroom having really exaggerated wiggles here. You know, he kind of like... He's almost, like rubbery. So, let's see. It's a little slow. Move these forward a hair. Still feels slow. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll take these, move these forward, especially these two. Move that forward to there. Bring these a little closer as well. The nice thing about animating is if you move the keyframes by hand and they don't line up exactly, it's kind of fine because you'll just end up unintentionally humanizing it. Alright, that looks a lot more like he's actually taking a hit. So I think I can kinda leave him in that pose for a little bit. So what we'll do is we're just gonna go down the line and just add a new keyframe here on all of the ones that actually end up getting used. What that'll do is it'll make it so that when we spring him back, he's kind of stayed in this position for a little bit. And that should go fine. I think my cat's attacking the window in the other room. Just hear him running up and down the stairs like crazy. I'm gonna go check on them. All seems to be well. Alright, so let's just continue this. So now, what's cool is we should just be able to go down the line and grab these as our reset. and then just kind of customize it. Clancy. Hey, bud. We got a cat. Cat butt. What are you doing? You want to look up towards the camera? See if I can get him to look right into it. That'd be cute. Oh. Hey, dude. Alright, no butt towards the camera. That's the most Clancy thing ever, is to stick his butt right in the camera. See if I can get him to do it again. That was wicked cute. Hi. Now he's probably not going to leave, because that's Clancy. If there's one thing Clancy's good at doing, it's sticking around. He's like, I am loyal. That and rubbing his face on my mouse. Thanks, bud. Alright, so I'll have him kind of jump back to the start right here, as I'm using my mouse on my leg so the cat stops bumping his head on it. I really want him to just look up into the camera. He's like, I don't wanna. He's very upset that I don't have my mouse on the desk anymore. Hey, dude. Alright, so I'm gonna add a frame here. Hi, Clancy. So he'll just kind of do a little jump back like that. So the only thing I want to make sure I do is kind of give him some springiness. Like I said, they're kind of, as mushrooms, they're like a little bit rubbery. Hey, Clancy. Are you the star of the stream? Are you the star of the stream, bud? Even though the cat of the day is Bart, did you even know? Did you even know that Bart is the cat of the stream? I'm sorry. Should have known it would be Clancy's day. Clancy's day in the limelight. Sweet. Alright, so jump back. But I'm gonna move the belly, chest, and head ones forward. And I'm actually gonna make it rotate a bit too far. Bring these back just a hair. They don't need to be that severe. And then we will grab these, and we will, oops, we'll paste them there. That's a little quick, but it's fine. Have the face change back to these eyes right there. So now, pow. Not so bad. He kind of looks like he's getting hit and recovering, right? Alright, Clancy's left. We're safe. Can actually make this animation pretty short. And the whole reason why I want to actually cut off the animations when I do is the idle animations play when nothing else is playing. And so there's kind of like this advantage to having short animations. Because then it'll get back to idling a whole lot quicker. I am debating if I like this idle, just because as nice as I think it looks with the whole, you know, surprise attack thing, I think it does kind of look like he's doing something, and it might draw the attention of, you know, of the player, and that's not really the intention. The attack is supposed to draw the attention. So I don't know. I'll think about removing primary idle 1. Alright, so there's our hurt. I think I might have done a custom death animation for the onion. Did I? Nope. It's just same as it always was. The visuals fade out by the half-second mark, and the death sprite does this. I mean, I could probably copy-paste this animation as is. I don't really need to do much to it. Let's see. Copy animation to clipboard. I would like to see if this works. I don't really know if it will. Can I paste an animation in here? Looks like I can. Could not resolve track death sprite. Why? It is there. We'll just, we'll resolve it manually, I guess. Interesting. It's like the onion scene is laid out differently, which I don't think it is. No, it's not. Death sprite modulate. The root node is character visual. Very weird that this is different. What's the root node here? The root node is offset. Now, why would that be? That's very, very odd. The root node shouldn't be different because they're based on the same scene. I mean, that's fine. I can just do this manually, but still. So we'll just do character visuals / death sprite. So like I said, it's fine. It's just odd. Okay. And this should be just enemy. And the only reason that I'm not changing this one is it doesn't really hurt anything for the offset to be the root node. It's just weird, is all. But yeah, this should work now. Yeah. I do wish that there was an easy way to make it so the layering isn't revealed by the enemy fading out, but it does. It fades out pretty quick. I'm not that concerned about it. That is just a bit odd, though. It's not really my favorite thing ever. All right. Oh boy. Should reset there for sure. Yeah, good. Alright, so now the Munchroom's got all the animations that I think it needs to do all of its basic stuff, and so we'll have to start on the alternate Munchroom. Now, here's where things get a little bit odd, right? At the moment, Alright, this is kind of weird. So at the moment, the systems are broken, right? Systems broke, yo. The onion animates differently than the other enemies because it was the only enemy that is on the new system for a while. But it does function, right? Or at least it did. I don't know if it will now. It's weirdness, but we'll go with pickaxe. Why not? Yeah, that's working, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned it. But yeah, the onions are a bit different. And a big part of that is just because they don't have any actual physical attacks, and so I haven't had to do anything weird with them to get them working. Like, their attacks all happen in place. So what I can do is I can just test throwing the Munchroom in and see if it, you know, if it'll do its thing. And if it does, it does, and if it doesn't, it doesn't, right? So we can just come up here and give her a go. Grab the new one. Good tip for you. If you're doing anything like this, always use the UIDs, because if you use the direct path, I can't rename this later. So, you know. Can't call... Okay, if you say so. Alright, so we'll change that. And the attack is Munchroom hit. Should just be attack. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the onion heal, and I'm just gonna make one for the Munchroom. Okay, Munchroom heal, and it's just gonna use the same stuff for now. Probably could be a lower value heal. Then we'll go back to Munchroom. I will add its attack. Instantiate that. That should do it. Alright. So with that, everything should be hopefully set up how it needs to work. I'm kind of expecting it to crash though. Tell you what though, we're just gonna come down here and make it so the Munchroom's the only enemy. Give her a go. See what happens. Go with shovel, it's fine. I really gotta find a better way to hide that scene transition. Okay, well, I'll have you know, those are onions. Those are definitely onions. So my guess is that is why. That's not what I was hoping for. Prospector, sure. The Prospector one, I feel like needs a bigger boost in how often you get gems. Okay, so it did crash. Which, like I said, that's what I was expecting. Why, though, I don't know. Alright, let's see. So, when the timer timed out, we change states to the battle sequencer. Starts the battle in at position on object of type nil. Now, why would it be null there? One of two things happened. It either didn't choose the Munchroom at all, which it looks like it did. It's even got the fighter scene. Fighter underscore scene is null though. Fighter scene, which is of type enemy animator. Enemy.fighterScene.instantiate. And then it tries to set the position of it, but it wasn't able to. But why? Does the Munchroom have the wrong enemy animator old? What happened here? How did I end up with the wrong script there? That's very, very strange because of the way that the game is set up. I really don't know how I possibly ended up with the wrong. Sure enough, that's the one that's on there. Set it up like that, and hopefully that will have carried over to the Munchroom. Yes. Alright, well, let's see if it will behave now. Very weird bug. I don't really understand when and where that happened from. Aspect of the paw, go ahead. Oh my god, why are they huge? Why are they so big? What happened? That's so funny. Also, they're doing like the same idle animation almost every time. I want to see if they ever do the hiding animation. Oh, yep, there he goes. Again, I really have no idea why they're huge like this. Alright, let's see if they'll attack, I guess. Imagine I just leave them this size forever. It's so ridiculous looking. Okay. Um, well, it brings us to a question here. Why is the onion not huge? 1.0. Okay. So in the enemy base scene, I never adjusted this to that number. So that hopefully carried over to the munchroom when I did that just then. Yep. Try that again. See what we get. I really just gotta add a quick start because the aspect thing is awesome, but I want it to like let me test a little faster. There they go. Now they look a lot more normal. Hey, Ditto, how you doing? We back to normal stream. Oh yeah. Yeah, the short streams are okay, but they're not my favorite thing. It's just kind of a really awkward format to do things like game dev in. Alright, so that animation's super broken. It's, oh wow, that is super broken. What? Look at him. Alright, so we're gonna fix the, that animation. It's so weird. I think the new and old attack systems need to be integrated a little better. Oh yeah, no, I did get one-shotted. They do a lot of damage. But they are meant to be Area 2 enemies. Let's get the enemy scene fixed, though, because I don't want to test a bunch of these before I actually have it not looking like garbage. So, just go to our animator scenes, and I've got character animator here. So, let's see. This change position function, I'm going to take that right out of here. Just rip it right out. It's going to error for a second. We're going to go over to base animator, which is shared between the character and the enemies. And I'm just going to throw it right in there. So offset needs to be defined. Let me make sure I get that. Where do I set offset? Oh, I see. Cut that right out of there. Go back to base animator and throw it right up here. Now, for every character, every animating scene, bro skipped every side quest. There is a offset right in there, and we want to make that. Oh no, that is actually set up right. It's under the parent, so yeah, that should be good. This should be fine just as is. As long as all of the enemy scenes are set up the same way, this should be fine. So now that we have the change position, we should be able to go back to character animating and have no errors. Yep, no errors, good. So you'll see that the character has this go to fighting position, go to digging position, and go to attack target. So go to attack target, it actually takes the player's current attacking target and gets their location, plus some arbitrary values. And we can't just put this anywhere, because it's using specifically the player's attack target. The enemies kind of use a different attacking system, and so I gotta be a little more careful with it, but we're gonna at least steal the function name so that we can make identical behavior. So we'll go over to the enemy animator, And we will just throw it in there. And what this is going to do is it's going to change position, and the new target is going to be, let's see, how do I determine where the player is? Let's see. So if I go back to the character animator one, get attack, target index, fighter position, it's 100, 520. Okay. That should do what I needed to do. So enemy animator, we're going to go to let's see, player reference dot. I should probably have a way to just get the player's main position. I mean, what I could do, if I really wanted to be, it's not that lazy to do it this way, so I'm not going to feel too bad about it. But with the fighting position, which right now is right here, I'll just give the enemies that as the player position. I should probably sleep. Yeah, it's got to be getting pretty late where you are, Ditto. I do appreciate you stopping in though, buddy. I really do. You know what I can do as well? I can make this a constant. And that should hopefully do what I want? Question mark. Alright, so what I'm doing here is I'm going to make it so... Good night, Ditto. I'm going to make it so I can return the enemy back to its home position and optionally flip it along the x-axis if the enemy, you know, runs back instead of flying back. So, it should be as simple as just changing position back to the starting position. So what we'll do is we'll make starting position, and that's going to be vector 2. And all it's going to do is it's going to be let's see, offset dot global position. Should be all it needs to do. Change position back to starting position over the course of a second. And if flip X, let's see, I guess we could just do it like that, and should make it so it turns back around when it gets there. I think I know what I'll do for that. Can't do a callback in the way that I'm thinking here. see. For enemy animator. I'll just be lazy about it for now. See what we get. All right. Let's see if that gets us what we need it to get us. So hopefully this means that this attack position thing we can stop using. Yeah. So the only way to test that out is to go in and make it so it doesn't use that. So right now all the attacks have this by default need attack position thing, which I have no problem going through and getting rid of in a minute, but I want to make sure it actually works first, and I have to put it in the animation if I want to test that. So what we'll do is in the Munchroom here, this is the old Munchroom. In the new Munchroom here, on the attack, we are going to come down and we are going to do, let's see, did my script not save or what? I don't know, here it is. Go to attack target. That way over the course of this second or so, then we will add the return to home. And let's see how that looks. Give it a go. It's probably going to look really bad because I just set everything up for a second without really putting too much more thought into it. Wow, they both did the same idle right away. That's so funny. I give myself some luck and maybe I can get a crit. No crit, but a decent hit. Let's see what they do. Wow. That looks actually terrible. I know why though, at least. Good lord. All right. All right. Oops. So, effectively what I'm going to do now is keep the players' transitions the same and not mess with that. But in the enemy animator, it probably makes more sense for those to be generally linear. So when we change positions here, we're going to do tween dot linear. So we'll see how that works. If that works a little bit better. It's probably still going to look a bit janky. Let's see. Yeah, that is still not great. So let's see. I think I'm gonna stop hard coding the duration. That way I can make that take the proper amount of time. Should make it look less stupid at the very least. So going into animation here, the attack it takes 1.5 seconds. So what we'll do, let's see. Go to attack target. It takes a float. Make that 1.5 seconds. Then from here, 1.75 to 3.5. So, like 1 3/4, I think, is what that takes. So this one is bool, and this one is float, and this is going to be 1.75. And we'll give that a go. Maybe that'll look less stupid. So end turn. Of course he heals. It still looks a little janky, but that's not too bad. It's just because he's a little high up. He doesn't really stumble back in a natural way. Which, that's fine. Let me just see it one more time here. Yeah, it's like everything other than his standing position is too high up. Okay. So in the attack here, yeah, so he should actually be lower in pretty much all of, like, every instance here. So we'll go through on the hip position ones here. And for now, I'm just going to add 16 to every keyframe here and see what we get. I can leave that a little high up. Just gonna keep adding 16 all the way along here. Till I'm actually gonna add 32 right there. Alright, so trip a little more realistically and then hopefully that will all look a little bit better. Keep them pretty close to the ground. Let's give it a go. Da, 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 da. It's still not the most, you know, realistic thing of all time. I think maybe instead of doing the linear transition, we should do try sine wave. I'm gonna try sine and then spring, and if that doesn't work, I'm just gonna try ease out, or ease in out. That actually doesn't look so bad. I don't hate that. Alright, their targets are in the wrong place. I gotta say, the stick eating animation works pretty good. I really like how that looks. I feel like they do that one idle animation more than any other idle animation. They're so bouncy. You almost wonder why they have legs. It seems to work though. Like that doesn't look too bad. But yeah, I'm not really convinced that this idle animation is the best thing because it feels like they do it so often that it looks super awkward. But I think it's just because it's the longest one, and so it's gonna stick around the most. Alright, let's give him an attack. Pow! I think the animations look alright though. Alright, so that's pretty good. For that reason, we could probably get started on the other munch room, just because there's a lot that needs to be done there. But for now, before I get too much further, I'm just going to get some stuff changed up here. Oops, I'm gonna do this. Everything with the underscore old is going to have to get purged at some point. Also, before I forget, let me move the click target position So on the onion, get rid of some of these old scenes here. On the onion scene, the click target is where? Okay, cool. Enemy base scene, we will transform it there. What was it before? Cool. Now I probably have to set it. Oh no, it did. I was hoping that it would do this. It would actually change in the onion scene rather than being weird. But it looks like we're good. I gotta turn record off before I do something stupid. Alright, so there's our munchroom, green. Let's go ahead and make our scene for the red munchroom. So the red munchroom is a variant. Variants are an interesting concept with how this game works because for all intents and purposes, they're basically a different enemy. They can have different attacks, they can have different stats, they can, you know, they're going to have totally different animations. The only thing that makes them the same enemy is that when you go to spawn one in, it will choose between the two. So, say there's a 1/3 chance that it spawns a munchroom, a 1/3 that it's an onion, and a 1/3 that it's a carrot, right? The red and green munchroom share that same 1/3, right? And so really they both get a sixth of the spawn rate at that point. That's kind of just the only thing that makes variance worth talking about. So we will make a new inherited scene off the base scene. I'm going to save it basically right away because I don't know why it doesn't just prompt you to save as soon as you make an inherited scene. It's probably one of the only things about Godot that I really think needs its defaults changed like immediately. Alright, Munchroom Red. Okay, and here's where you're going to actually get to see the entire process of how I set up an animated character here. So the Munchroom Red has a lot of pieces to it, right? Kind of show you what I mean here. So this is the actual finished character. And every piece of it is separate, right? Like it's got all of its bits and pieces and stuff. So the first step in how I set these up is I have to set the actual character somewhere in the world. So if you look at the green munchroom and I reset his skeleton to default, this line is along his front leg. Kind of goes up through the center. It's a little bit behind the center point. That's how all the characters are, right? So I'm going to put the red munchroom pretty much the same position. Where the tip of its back foot's toe is at the origin. And now everything is going to get built on top of this. That's the idea. So anything that I want to deform, I'm going to use a polygon. Show you what I mean. Polygon 2D. So this first piece is going to be the body. Under texture, we will put the body. And in the actual polygon editor, what we want to do is think ahead of how this is going to deform. So the red munchroom is going to be really wobbly, right? He's going to be able to bend his whole body as if he's got like no spine. And for that reason, we're actually going to want to put quite a few polygons here. So for the actual points, what we're going to do is we're going to start right here. And I'm just going to make 5 points along the bottom. So there is 2, is 3, 4, and 5. Now, as I go up the body, I'm going to make these little groupings of 3. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, kind of a big stretch. 1, 2, 3, a big stretch. Now the reason I'm doing these stretches of 3 like that is because I could just put points along the whole body and the whole thing could deform really fluidly. But the thing is, there might be 4 of these guys on screen doing 10-second long animations all together. And I don't want this to be too crazy. I don't want too much math happening at once. So instead, I'm kind of clustering up the deforming regions along its body. So it's just going to have polygons deforming right here, here, and here. And so we're going to do the same thing up top that we did down the bottom, where we're just going to have 5 points. We probably could get away with less because it's just the tip of the head, but we'll just make it match because symmetry is very, very helpful for setting up polygons here. So 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're just going to do the same thing down this side. Just like so. And there is our outline. So we need internal points as well. And how we're going to do it is we're going to kind of work in these deformation regions I was talking about. So we're going to do... I'll probably just do a couple points like this. Alright, so let me think about this. Yeah, I want the front to scrunch up more, so I'm gonna bias the points towards the front just a little bit. So just like so. The only exception is that the mouth is going to open a lot wider. So in this section here, we're going to kind of break that rule and do the points down the bottom. And this kind of probably looks meaningless, like just, you know, oh, those are just points somewhere, right? But this is going to make the deformation a lot easier to work with when we get there. So before I continue, I should probably make this half size. Just because it's going to make everything a lot easier to set up. Oh no. Just like we did before, I'm going to set them back up. That. Good. Alright, so back to our body polygon here. Godot doesn't lay out the polygons automatically. Weirdly, if you don't do any internal points, it will try, but most of the time you're just going to be looking at this, right? So we're going to set it up manually. I tend to draw triangles a lot in these top portions. Just because I kind of have an idea of how I want things to deform. And if you draw quads, it's going to split them. And you're not really going to be able to control how it does that. I don't know, there's some intricacies to it. Just play around with it on a character of yours if you're ever doing this, and you'll kind of see what I mean. So we'll do quads for the rest of this. Alright, and by no means am I a professional with this stuff. I barely know what I'm talking about when it comes to making models. I just know I don't want to make these crazy high poly because eventually this game, I'm hoping, is going to end up being on mobile, and I would like it to be as performant as possible on these big things like character animations, so that I don't have to worry about it. Alright. Here's where things are going to get a little bit interesting. Because this bend here is probably going to make things a bit awkward, but I just think that the way that the character moves should make it a good idea to do it this way. But we'll see. I had to do some real funky stuff to get the green Munchroom's jaw to work right. So I'm you know, my expectations are kind of all over the place. I will say the really nice thing about Godot is it's very easy to come back and change the geometry of this stuff later. Alright. So our polygons are drawn. I'm just going to copy them to the UVs here. So they're the same. And we don't have to worry about bones for now. We'll come back to that. So now we have this piece. What we'll do is we'll bring this up. I am going to make the full guy half visible. Take this. And we're just going to try to get it as close as we possibly can to the main model. A good way to do that is to find a feature like this and just get it right on there. That's going to be as close as we're going to get. And that's piece one. So the order of the polygons is how we're going to determine the layering here. So I'm going to put the jaw pieces on top of that. And I'm going to put the legs behind. Why don't we do the legs first, because they're easy. Another polygon. And this is going to be leg L. It's going to have red munchroom, leg left. Remember, you're thinking of the character's left, not your left. So that would actually be the back leg here. So we will draw our points. Now, I believe I made the Munchroom's legs decently simple. Yeah, 3 points, 3. This is not the best design, actually, but that's how I did it. So we will do the same thing here. And you know, that's not really to say that it's a requirement to have all of your point layouts be the same across like multiple characters. I just try to do it because then I can kind of assume ahead of time that my characters take up about the same processing to do with their thing, and then you know, later I'm not chasing specific performance problems with a single character down. At least that's what I tell myself. God only knows if it's true. Alright, so we are going to do internal points. I think I did 2 up here. And 3 down here. Okay. And again, the whole point of drawing the polygons in kind of a thought-out way is just to try to get the whole thing to deform in a way that you can visualize in your brain. By the way, I really have to give credit to my wife for teaching me the basics on this stuff, because she's like an actual professional with this stuff. I'm just a novice who likes to pretend I know what I'm talking about. But listening to your wife, I highly recommend it. Alright. So there we go. Polygons are drawn. Copy polygon to UV. It's an unnecessary step to do that, but sometimes the automatically generated UVs just don't really line up in a way that's predictable. I'll show you guys that on the next one I do here. Okay, so there is that leg. We're going to put that behind the body. And we will get to work on leg right. Set our texture. Munchroom. Right leg. Pretty much the same deal here. Okay, do our internal points. And, ooh, undo. Polygons. Get all those drawn up. And did I skip an internal point here? I did. I was gonna say something felt wrong there. Alright, so before I copy them over, you'll see if I go over to UV... Okay, never mind, it did the exact same thing. Sometimes it's different, and I just like to copy it. Godot just likes to make me look like a liar. Alright, so we'll leave that there. We're going to put that as the lowest layer. And we'll get to work on the jaw. It's not a whole ton left to do to get this guy implemented, because like the let's see, the eyes are most of the pieces here. You'll see I've got all of these different eyes here, and they're just kind of like stickers that go on the outside of the character model. So what I do, the magic sauce that makes these characters work, is the sprites are all in this node that I'm using like a folder here. So the back part of the mouth, the eye, the stick, this optional jawline, and his little spit particles there. And what I do is I use remote transform 2D, and I put that where I actually want the thing to be, and then set its target as the sprite. That way I can manually manage where each layer of the sprite is. I don't have to think about where it's at in terms of like the skeleton and make it follow along. These remote transform 2Ds are huge for making these animations work. If you're working with animations, just be sure to save often, because the polygon editor here, it's pretty stable, but it's not perfect. I've had it crash a few times. Alright, so polygon, you go jaw, upper. I'm just gonna do jaw U. Texture, jaw upper. And so the way that I did the munchroom here with its jaw is I actually made it pretty high poly, because the teeth all kind of turn as he's doing his animations. You'll see if I go to the animations here, as he's coming in for the attack, the teeth bend outward a little bit, which is just to make it look more like he's going in to rip some flesh. You'll see they bend back right at the end. And we're going to do something similar with the red munchroom, even though it's not as much of a, big biter. So we're going to do 1, that should be fine. It really doesn't need to be that complex. What I will do is add some internal points here, and that'll be it. Just do my quads like this. Especially for these simple parts, you don't have to go too crazy. Just make them work. You only have to go crazy with the internal points and these zones like this if the intention is to have a lot of bending there. Like this might even be too much, and this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 quads. It's really, play it by ear for the most part. Alright, so this is gonna go right there. He looks so happy right now. Look at this guy. Imagine I just leave it like, It would be taking away my wife's original design intent with this character, but it would be pretty funny to just leave it like that. Like, look how happy he is. Oh. But we'll be good. I'll make it so I don't have to sleep on the couch. Alright, so this polygon is jaw lower, and the texture is jaw lower. Come in, we're gonna do something pretty similar here. Jaw upper, I've kind of just got, this one quad around the teeth there. Probably just gonna go this. Right there. And then okay. For internal points, let's see. So here I did between the teeth there. I'm going to do the same thing here. And this should be the jaw that moves more anyway. So what we'll do... Ooh, I always do that. You gotta go over to the polygon editor. You ever working on a character and have that happen to you, you can Control Z to undo the massive deletion. Should just be able to take this whole thing and go just like that. Oh, see, this is a 5-sided shape. Not ideal, but it is what it is. It's not going to hurt anything. So how do we make out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 polygons. 1, 2 of them are triangles, so what? 16 tries altogether. Not terrible. Bring this down to here. All right. So we've got this back mouthpiece that I will, I think, just use as a sprite. So we'll bring that in, and it's just gonna go right into our sprites folder there. And we'll leave it where it's at for now because everything's gonna get moved around a bit. And the only polygon left is the cap now. Everything else is good polygon-wise. So the cap on the red munchroom can be a lot simpler. I'm still going to give it some deformation, but compared to the green one that's part of its jaw, this actually needed to move a lot. So if you look at the polygons on here, you can see it's kind of funky, but this is what I had to do to make it so the teeth can kind of spread out like this and bite. I've got these long columns running through where the teeth are, and that does quite a bit for making the deformation work good. But we don't have to go that far on the red one, which is pretty nice. So go polygon, and we'll call this cap. Add our texture, which is red munchroom cap. And we're gonna go pretty simple with this. I'm just gonna do, let's call it 7 points across the top. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a fly in my room that's been bothering me this whole time I've been streaming. Alright, and we will do just 5 across the bottom. 2, 3, 4, 5. What you just want to make sure is that your lines aren't intersecting any of your stuff here. All right. Over to polygons, and we're going to start drawing them. But before I do, I'll do a couple internal points just to kind of give this some structure here. I'm just going to do like this. This will make it so I can kind of fan it out a bit, but it's not going to be too crazy. I might even do a top one like that. Like I said, there's definitely people out there who know a whole lot more about this stuff than I do when it comes to making nice models. But, it's really not that difficult with Godot's 2D tools. Especially if the efficiency isn't like, you know, life and death. Like you have a relatively simple character that only has to move in a relatively simple way. So that'll be our cap. And we move that right on up to here. And there you go. There's all the polygons we need. Now we will make an animated sprite for the eye. We're actually going to make a couple because the this one actually has two eyes. Do IL and IR. Go ahead and make a new sprite frames. The default is the open. So in IL, that's going to be open left. We'll make one called closed. Closed will be closed left. We will have shocked. So shocked left. And stunned. Stunned left. Alright. Come in here. New sprite frames. Default. Open right. Good time to remind you that the right and left is in respect to the model and not to you and I. That's probably one of the easiest things to forget working on any character art, character model, or whatever it is, animation, anything. Like if there is one thing that you will screw up more than anything else, it's your left and right being switched. Alright. So, where did I go? There I am. Alright, so I'm going to change these both to the shocked one, because that's the one that's displayed on the layout model. I should say, this is what makes having a good artist such an amazing part of game dev. My wife makes these layout models here, where you can set up where you want everything to be. That way I don't have to second guess anything. I can just slap it on there and call it a day. And so now if I get rid of this, I can go default on both of these. And there is our red munchroom. We'll do the closed eyes. We'll do the stunned eyes. It works pretty good. And that mouthpiece will move at the end. But I still have to do the remote transforms. But first, why don't we do our skeleton? So we have all of our polygons laid out. And now to actually animate them, we need to do a skeleton and we need to do weight painting. So we will start at the hip with a new bone. I'm going to save everything before I get too far. I'm going to move the bone to right there. I believe on the Munchroom skeleton, said show bones. Come on. Show bones. Yeah, I started it pretty much in the middle. Just equidistant from where the bones are going to be in the leg, so maybe I'll start it like right there. Call this hip. I did capitalize them here. Consistency is key. We will duplicate. I said we will duplicate. And we will move that over to here. Left thigh. And I mean, he's barely gonna have knees. Just like so. And I'll, you know, stretch that out a bit just so it's easier to get an idea of foot. Duplicate this whole thing. Make this the right. And we'll take that and put it over here. And that should be fine. Really doesn't have to be too complex of a skeleton. We will add a bone called belly, which I will move up to here. So I typically do a bone, belly, and chest for all of the models that I do, but this guy's kind of different. So it's gonna be a little strange. What we'll do is we'll put that there. And I guess we don't really need a chest, we can just do head. So this is gonna be the head here. And off of the head, we will do the jaw. It's just going to be right there. You know what, instead I'm gonna do separate upper and lower jaw that are both part of the head. I think that would make more sense. So for the upper, I'm just gonna have that be here. And the lower is gonna be here. Just like so, that'll be good for that. And then we will do I'm just gonna have one tooth, I think, that is animated like that. It'll just be the outer one. Alright, so that'll be the Munchroom's jaw, where it's controllable. And then from head, we're going to do... we'll do stock lower. That's going to be... oops, that's going to be up here. I want him to be pretty bendy, so stock lower will be here. We're going to make stock middle. These should be low L, not D. These are lower. This will be the middle. That'll go there. Stock upper, which will go here. And all of this is purely just to make it so he can be very, very bendy. Alright. And from there we will add the final set of bones. Again, we'll just duplicate and add that as a child. And this is going to be the cap. And we'll have just a left and right extent for that. So the left will go there. And I'm going to turn it so it's facing that. Like that. Kind of an IUD looking thing. There's our guy. So now we're going to set up the eyes and mouth. Well, I've got it in mind. The head is going to be where the mouth is anchored. And so what we'll do is we'll make a remote transform 2D. And we're going to call that mouth. Remote transform. And that's going to be assigned to the mouth, which I'm going to change the name of to be simpler. And then we take our remote transform and we're just going to move it. It should be moving, I don't know why it isn't. Hello? Am I doing something wrong here? Please hold. Something is not working here. Global coordinates, sprite mouth. Oh, I know what's going on. So, before we go any further, why don't we go to our skeleton here? And now that we have all of our bones in place, we're going to go skeleton, overwrite rest pose. And what that's going to do is it's going to give this the default pose for everything that you're working on. And hopefully, yeah, now we can move this. There's just some weirdness with the skeletons before they're set up right. So that's what was going on there, why I wasn't able to move anything. Bring this right on down to there. And I'm gonna put this behind everything else. So we will turn the skeleton visibility off. That's just gonna make it a little easier to place things. So, as well, we're also gonna add in the remote transforms for the eyes. So before we go, I'm going to set these to the animation that we use for alignment here, which is the shocked, because it's what's on our layout. Just gonna stick that like right there-ish. Okay. Duplicate this. Right. And put that right there. Now we can turn that off. And if we move the head around, those go with it. Obviously the head's not moving yet because the skeleton isn't synced up, but that is functional. So now that we have our guy and we have everything attached to him, the only thing that's left to do is to actually tie the bones into the model. And so we'll go into each of these polygons here, and here's a little trick. You can hold shift and select all of them at once. Open this skeleton here and assign your skeleton 2D to the overall model. And now each of these has information about the skeleton available to it. So what we'll do is we'll go through and get it working. We will start with the body. And what we'll do is we'll go over to the Bones tab. You'll see the skeleton as a shadow there. You go Sync Bones to Polygon. Before you do this, this is really important. Before you hit Sync Bones to Polygon, make sure that all your stuff is named right, because it is actually sensitive to the name. So, here we go. And now we are going to weight paint. So, for the hip, we're going to paint with full force this stuff. Just the basic stuff at the bottom. I might even get rid of this point. For belly, we will get everything there. And I think I will actually skip a point. You know, I might even just do these back points because the head is going to include the jaw. So we'll go like this. And I'm going to go with a lower weight on this stuff that the belly controls back here. That kind of makes it so the belly has more control than the head bone does. And then we're going to start on the stock stuff. So the lower stock is just going to be this, and then full weight in the middle. Undo that. I want to make sure we only get the points we want here. The mid stock is going to be full weight there and there. Pretty low weight down here. And basically mid-weight up here. Okay. And the upper stock is going to be pretty much full weight on everything up here. And some low weight down here. So, an important thing is that every single point is painted somewhere. If you have any points that aren't, you're going to get some stuff where, like, you see the polygon stretching. They're basically trying to attach to nothing, and so they kind of get pulled into weird directions. So that's what's happening there. Another thing we're going to do, in order to make everything work better, is on the lower jaw, we're going to attach the points that are around the lower jaw, like that. And for the upper jaw, similar story, we're going to go in low weight for that stuff. And that should make everything work a little bit better. And we can actually test right away. So I'm going to save, just in case I crash something somehow. But if I take the lower jaw and I rotate it, right now it doesn't move the actual jaw polygons here and here, but you'll see that the body rotates to compensate the jaw rotating. Similarly, if I open the jaw up, you'll see the body compensates. And same with the upper jaw. Body deforms to the jaw's movement. Anytime you're doing that and messing around with it, just reset to rest pose after. Makes everything a lot easier down the line. So, we'll do the cap next because it's nice and easy. Sync bones to polygon. And all we're going to do is cap. We'll go full weight on everything in the middle. Like so. Then cap L will be just around the bend there. Cap right will be just around the bend there. And then we'll do about half weight for everything on its own side. Same here. And that should be all covered. And let's see how that works out. We'll go down to our cap. And if you rotate the whole thing rotates, obviously. And if you rotate to the left, you'll see it deforms. In kind of a predictable way, too. Same with the right. Because I have all those internal points, it has some structure towards the middle that doesn't deform so much. The whole reason you do this stuff is just to, you know, help out with that. Give it jaw back, and why don't we work on the jaw? So upper, sync bones to polygon. We're gonna do jaw upper. And this is just gonna go just like this, all the way around. And the only thing that the tooth is going to do is down here. And I'll do half on that piece there. And I just want to test out how that works because this is always kind of a touchy one. So if I move the whole jaw, you'll see the whole thing kind of opens up and closes. Kind of moves awkwardly. You can raise it and have it, you know. It doesn't have to move crazy though, because this is not like a big open mouth guy like the other Munchroom. He just kind of opens a little bit. And similarly, if we do just the tooth, we can get kind of some nice movement there. Makes it look like he's got a nose. I might change how the tooth is so it doesn't move the very top, it just moves. Oops. Yeah, so now it kind of keeps that top where it's supposed to be. That looks a little bit better. If I want to keep improving that, I can just bring the weight painting down a bit there. As well, what I can do is I can make it so these back portions of the jaw aren't controlled as harshly. We'll even do halvesies right here and make it so the head controls this. So in effect, what that gives us is now the jaw keeps some rigidity when you move it. It doesn't move the whole polygon, it just moves a lot of it. You'll see it, you see it stretching. And now as you move the head instead, oops. The jaw is affected differently alongside it. There's just little tidbits you can do to make your character move predictably. So sync bones to polygon, and you go head, and we're gonna do that same thing here, where we just kind of select that side, and then jaw lower. All right. I'll make all of that stay. You know what I'll do actually? Let's remove it from there, because I want all of these to be on the tooth. Just like so. And let's see how that works. We go jaw lower. You'll see it kind of moves predictably. And if we just do the tooth, oops, that is not what I meant to do. You can kind of make him open up to bite a bit more fiercely. Like I said, not a very big bite attacker. He's going to be more, you know, flexy. But why don't we even just test that out? If I bend the upper stalk and then the middle stalk and then the lower stalk, you can see it bends pretty far. And then we just go right down. So he can bend pretty far before the deformation gets too crazy. So if he were to, like, you know, come up on one leg like this, you can imagine he's slammed down and, you know, spores go everywhere. It's kind of a lot you can do. If I were to make this game again from scratch, like starting completely over, I think one thing I would do is anchor the left foot here as the start of the skeleton. That way, because most of the characters will rotate on that foot. But I've done all of the skeletons from the hip. It's not a big deal. It's pretty easy to manage. But if I were to make a game like this again, that's how I would do it. Speaking of the feet, let's get them lined up here. So we're going to start with our right leg here. And we are just going to pretty generously, you know, apply everything here. Shin's just going to be that, and then kind of some lightweight painting there. And foot. I am missing a point. There it goes. Alright, so now if I go through and I start moving the guy's leg, see the foot kind of acts like a hoof, like a hoof. Like stomp, 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 you know? The shin bends alright. For how little this guy's gonna move, that's not too bad. Why don't we try posing the leg entirely? See what we get. So we'll bring the leg out here. I keep doing W instead of E. I mean, oh wow. I mean, it could definitely be better. Let's improve on that a little bit. So what we'll do is we'll have some less harsh points here. Take away a little bit there. And on the shin, we'll add a bit more there. So these gentler weight points should make it act a bit better. So if I'm just going to bring the whole leg out here. If I give it a little bit of that, that's not so bad. It doesn't rotate very great, but other than that, it works okay. I think it's because of the internal point positions here. So if I go back to points and I take these and bring them like here, and then you go polygon, copy polygon to UV. That'll move all the points over. Have them in the back of the leg is just a little bit smarter. So now, if we bend it, you'll see it kind of buckles in a way that's more predictable. You can even kind of give them that, you know, double jointed thing going on. Oops. So we will go ahead and put that back where it goes, reset to rest pose, and work on the left leg. Same deal here, we're probably going to want to move these points over. Copy polygon to UV, just like so. And we'll go through and sync our bones to polygon. Do our thigh, which will be this. Our shin. Okay, that's all right. And we'll do our foot. And we'll see how that reacts. So we'll go down to our foot here. Moves okay. Bring that right out. So you can see if we wanted to get that kind of like step thing going. You can bring this forward, give it a bend. Should be okay that way. He's got a weird body plan, so that actually works out pretty good. And so, now, pretty much everything is animatable. So we can really, we can really buckle this guy back pretty far. Oops. Yeah, that's not bad in terms of how how much we can move this guy around. The split in the jaw actually works pretty good for making it get that kind of creepy look. I'll even kind of bend that out here. I mean, he's goofy, but that's not too bad. It definitely opened up that top part of the jaw more than it is intended to. Whoa, dude. But yeah. The trick is to try to get it to animate without buckling too much. Works pretty good. Alright, so from there we actually have to make the animations, but first let's make sure everything's saved. Set our eyes to the default. And this is going to be our reset pose. Everything's exactly where you need it to be. We've got our skeleton, we've got our sprites, and we've got our polygons. Exactly how we want them. And so we'll go into our animation player. And what we're going to do is just set up a new animation. I'm just going to call this primary idle 1, or idle 0. This will be the regular idle. And as we set up all of the different positions and points and stuff, we're just going to hold shift when we click on the key. And that will add a reset frame for everything. And so I'm just going to make a reset frame for the transform of everything here. So position and rotation. It'll add one for every single bone and our remote transforms. That's pretty much what we want. Can I see the green one animate? You sure can. We've got a few different things going on. So we've got the idle animations, a couple of little sways. We've got the hide animation. Again, this one plays a little too often. And we've got idle 2, where it just does a big yawn. And then we have a heal. Oops. Or we have the hurt animation, which looks like this. The heal animation looks like this. And we have the attack animation that looks like this. Which looks crazy, but you gotta see it in game. I'll actually, I'll play it in game so you can see what I'm talking about. end turn. You'll see they'll do their animations. They really love this idle animation. I don't know why, but they're constantly going back to that one idle animation. Wow, that was just a completely random crit. A 5% chance crit. That was awesome. Thank you. Yeah, not a problem. Alright, and we'll start getting to work on our Munchroom Red animations. So for the primary idle, I'm going to make like a 6-second one, I guess. That's just how I'm going to... just a random value I'm going with. And we'll just do kind of a sway. So maybe 1.8 seconds we'll take the stock here. Might even make the whole thing move. On my way back home, by the way, spotty internet. Okay. Oh, wow. And maybe I'll even make the jaw open a little bit. Or at least have it move around. And so I'll take this. I'll come way out here, and we will rotate. Oh, rotate way back this way. Okay, that should do. And I'm just going to slowly rotate the whole guy like this. And what I'll do, I'm going to make it so he kind of... That's the wrong way around. It should be like this. The leg rotation needs to happen early on. In order for this to make any sense. This should finish rotating earlier. And rotate a bit further to like there. And then it should stay that way until around there. I'll even Alright, and then that will be kind of this wavy little animation. I might make them rotate a little bit less. That does seem a bit extreme. So we will go through and bring him back to the start at the end of the animation. So I'll just wave a little bit. Teeter-totter. Maybe I'll make him blink. Good way to make it blink is to give him an actual animation for that. So sprites, eye left. Choose the animation, eye right. Choose the animation. So we'll come down here and move those back to the start. Those 0. Alright, so that'll be his basic idle animation, just kind of rocking back and forth, doing his thing. And why don't we take our tracks, copy them all, and we will make a could do attack, we could do heal, we could do a status effect. I think a status effect one would be good, because it's kind of the idea of this guy. He shakes off spores. We should make a spore asset, I think. Jump scare. Give me 1 second. Why don't we make a... We'll make a regular particle effect here. That'll end up being kind of our spore cloud thing. So I'm thinking what we could do. I'm gonna hit cancel here. We want it to be kind of that color red here, so we'll do a bit lighter, less saturated. And that'll be our spore cloud. We're just gonna kind of do it like that. Let me just add in some little sparkles here. Like a crazy person, I just do it all in one layer. I don't really know if that gives off the impression that I'm trying for it to give off, but should be okay. It kind of looks like a little puff cloud thing, right? Go ahead and export that. Okay. Let me go ahead and put that into the actual game here. Alright, who is messaging me? Alright, so let's go ahead and do red munchroom. Okay, good. And under particles, we can give them a new particles node. And the texture can be I don't know why it's not re-importing. Did I transfer the wrong one? Let's reload the project, I guess. On the correct monitor. Am I losing it? Where the heck is it? Mushroom spores. That's so weird, it just is not in the folder. It is in my file system. Hello? What is going on? Let's see. Enemies, Munchroom. Try it now. There it is. Okay. That was weird. That was very weird. Alright, so we'll give the texture here, which is huge, and then we will make the actual emitter set up. We only need like 3. And we are not going to give it gravity. Instead, it's just going to have an initial velocity . I'll have a 90-degree spread. I'm going to have it go up, technically. Alright. The scale. .25. And I will give it a curve texture for the opacity. And I think I'll even make the angle different. And the lifetime, make 3 seconds. Alright, I think that's an okay spore texture for now. I'm sure my wife will want to improve on it. I just wanted to have one for now. We're going to add the emitter not emitting as the reset. So by default, it is not emitting. Just like this, status particles by default are not emitting. Alright. And I think what I'll do, to be extra clever, is I'm going to add a remote transform. And we're going to call this spore emitter. And that is going to change where those spawn from. And I think what I'll even do is make it so these spawn in a downward direction. So that should make it so I can make this go how I want it to. I think I'll even make these last a little longer. And now, when he actually does the attack that spawns spores, it will actually emit them out. I don't think that looks too bad. So, by default, that will not emit. So I'm thinking that for the spore attack, I'm just going to make it give the surrounding enemies a higher attack. The only thing that worries me, and this, I think this is a fair thing to worry about, this might be extremely overpowered right off the rip. And the reason is that the Munchroom Green and the Munchroom Red spawn together. Now the Munchroom Green already does a good amount of damage because he's, you know, he bites real hard. So if you were to take the player at base stats, no upgrades whatsoever, and teleport them to Area 2 where the Munchrooms spawn, this Munchroom already almost one-shots, which needs adjustment anyway, but I do want him to do a good amount of damage. If this guy ups the attack, though, I might be creating a completely, like, you know, party wipe type enemy. So I'm wondering if maybe I should make the spores give defense instead? You know? I'm not really sure. I might make it attack and then make the green Munchrooms weaker. I think that might be how I do it. Just because the attack part, like the attack effect is red, and the red Munchroom, I think it makes sense for that to be the case. I'm like, or ta-da! No. No, we'll be good. Make the spore attack here. Clipboard is empty. Well, that's not nice. Alright, so this will be how we buff all of our friends here. This is going to be a funny thing to animate, I think. I'll just make it like 5 seconds long. So I think for the first half second, I'm going to make him just, you know, bend backwards and then, you know, slam forward with the cap. So we'll do just like so. And we will bend, 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 bend. I'll even kick this foot up, why not? So we will do Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop everything right here and just make a new keyframe. That way I can make him slam forward all at once. Yeah, that'll be how I have to do it. Alright, does everything have a keyframe now? And as soon as this animation starts, I'm going to make him go to his attacking eyes like that. So it's going to go from... It's going to be like 0.2 seconds for this slam. He's going to go like this. I think I've got to do this a little bit more harshly. Alright, and what we're going to do is we're just going to make both of his legs come up like this. Okay, so for the cap, why don't we make... I'll have it rotate a bit this way. And pretty much like right here is where we're going to want those particles to start emitting. So we go... Those emit a little slow, so why don't we even do it here? All right. I'm gonna have to do some fancy stuff here. And we're gonna make the oops. And this is going to basically be how I make it return to its regular position. It's going to slam down and then it's going to bounce back up. Why is he not slamming as far anymore? Oh, I see. And when we get to here, all this stuff's going to bend back a little bit again. Legs are going to rotate back. Should be okay. Just like that. And we will rotate the legs back to where they go. And then we will take the rotation of everything and sort it back right at the end there. We'll take this, 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 and this, and not these, or these, or this. And it deselected everything. I love it. All right. Just like so. Head and belly. Copy this. He's gonna come back and then alright, so if we play this, we should get this. Try that again. I don't love it. I feel like the rotation should be a bit further. The left foot looks weird at the end. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it kind of pokes out right there. And welcome, Not Started, to the stream. Thank you. That's it's my wife's design. She's been getting pretty good at this character art thing lately. Let's see. He slams down like that and bounces back up. The bounce back's a little odd, I think. I think I should have him... So it slams there. I think I'm going to make it so it jumps in the air a little bit. Just so that it doesn't look like it's rotating through the ground right here. Trying to do something like this. It's very, very slight, but he kind of bounces more now. Remember to change the eyes back, and I've got to fix the leg. So the leg pokes through right there. That's the right leg doing that. We shouldn't go as far on the rotation, I guess. That's not so bad. Alright, so when it slams into the ground, I will make the eyes close for a second. That will, so it'll give it more expression. And then go back to default right there. Alright. So the particle's off. Let's see. It definitely should launch more particles. So I think I'm just gonna pop that up here so that it's emitting them more often. And then I can make that happen a little later, like so. It's so hard to tell because the particle emitter doesn't reset when you think it would. Alright, so right here is when I'm going to start it now. I'm going to make it emit kind of a lot. Might just be me, but at the end, the top should maybe go back one more time. But I don't know. Let's see. So it comes back. Yeah, it does kind of just abruptly stop, doesn't it? I think you are right, my friend. I think you are right. So what I'll do is I'm going to take these keyframes here. I'm going to bring them all out a little bit. I'll keep it kind of humanized so they'll not be perfectly one-to-one. But then we'll take this and we're just going to go this way. Just a hair. And then we'll go back to the start. Kind of like that. And I'm going to end the animation a little earlier so that it gets cut off at a natural way. Like that. It also helps because I can make it continue to emit particles as well because it's still shaking. That's not so bad. Still think it might be emitting a little early. I'm gonna do it like right there. Now that it's emitting more, it's more noticeable. Maybe a little less to the front. During the ending one there. Let's see. Yeah, that can be a little less. Just a little less. Because it should be like settling down, I getcha. I'm also going to humanize these a little bit more. I think I'm also going to make him hop up a bit here. Just give a bit more natural movement. Yeah, that looks a lot more natural altogether, I think. Not too bad. Alright, so we'll have to actually make this do something as an attack, because right now it's just an animation. But what I will do is, let's see, I'm going to make it so he gives himself the boost as well. That way we can use the other particle effect, because I don't think I have a particle effect set up on the enemy scene to play when they gain a buff right now. So I'll just make it buff, just do the buff particles on himself, which will just be the attack ones. So why don't we go through and get that moving. First we'll do our call method track and add in our functions for when it should apply the effect, which I'm going to say should be like right there. Hit point and finish. Yeah, that should be fine. Anyone who's worked in Godot animating before was probably like, why on earth are you emitting a finished signal from the animation? Basically, some of the animations, I want the enemy to kind of stay like dizzy for a little bit after, or do something like that, and I don't want it to inhibit the next enemy from taking their turn. So that's kind of the idea there. But a lot of the enemies just end up having that right at the finish of the animation. Alright, so I suppose we can just set this to be emitting pretty much right there. And it shows up as the heal particles right now, but from the attack it will set as the other particles. So that'll be good. Alright. So he's going to need a hurt and a death in order to be a valid enemy. And then from there, I think we can just work on idols. So the hurt animation, if we remember from the green mushroom here, that first like 0.3 seconds is the actual knockback. Closer to like 0.4. And then by the 1 second mark, he's hopping back. So to match up with all the other enemies, that's how we do it. So we'll do something similar here for the red guy. Take all of our tracks. 6.4 is what I made that take. So by around there, we are going to kind of get knocked back like this. I'll even flex the tooth out a little bit. And then we'll just flex him back. Change the eyes. At some point here, I'm going to go through and get rid of all the tracks that I don't use on these animations, but it doesn't really hurt anything if they don't have keyframes to begin with. Right, and we will add like 30 to that position, so. And we will humanize the movement a little bit. Should probably bend a hair more. And we're going to make it jump back to the start at that 0.75 mark. Just going to add another keyframe. As our jumping off point. And that should be it. That's already kind of where it needs to be. We don't need to stop that from moving. Alright. So we want this by the end to go back to the beginning. So we will take the beginning keyframe. And we're going to try to have that by around the 1 second mark. But we don't want it to be that plain and simple, we just want that to be how it goes. So we'll do the same thing and oops, don't do that. We'll do the same thing and have the we'll hop forward like this. And we're gonna make the stalk shake back and forth. have the eyes change back right here. And that will be our simple hurt animation. Short and sweet. The death animation is the same on every enemy. I might make unique ones later, but right now it's pretty simple. It's just that. So we will just steal that from here. Death, clipboard, animation, manage animations, paste, and that will hopefully just work. Yep, alright. So death, hurt, and the spore attack are all we have for our basic ones. Turn off record before I screw something up. And why don't we try to get this guy working? What I'm probably gonna do... I wonder, could I use a totally different scene in my enemy setup here? Let me just see how I do it. Am I setting the variant first, or am I setting up the scene first? That's what's gonna change how this goes. So if I go into battle sequencer, or no, this is let's see. It's either gonna be in the battle state or the battle sequencer. No, it's actually in the battle designer is the new class I've been using for this. So let's see. It sets the animator here, and then it sets the variant below. But right now, the variant system uses the old system for the enemies. So we can actually change this out and make it go the other way around. So what we'll do is we're just going to cut that and put it up here for now. Because the enemies that use the old set variant system don't actually exist right now. Because they don't use the new animation, they still have the sprite-based ones. So, go over to here. So when it sets the variant there, where is the variant actually being used here? I believe it's on a case-by-case basis. It's been a while since I worked on the script. Let me actually go take a look at the spuddies here. Set variant. That's where it is. Okay. Set variant attacks, just called in set variant, yep. Okay. So that's cool, because I can just reuse that logic and be good to go. I'm just going to steal the name of it from here real quick. Okay, so here's the problem. It's passing the scene in. We don't need it to do that. So let's see. I could just remove it from there, because it's not going to need to do that anymore. I'm actually going to set the scene using this. Alright, this is all just going to have to get commented for now, because this enemy is not even in the game. I just don't want it to crash the game for now. So, let's see. So set variant there. And it will just do it like that. I actually want to take this logic and move it even higher up because it's going to want to do it here. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now I have everything where I want it. So what I'll be able to do is go into the munch room. And what I can do... I have returned. Welcome home. I just heard the door open. I figured you were here. Set variant. I believe in the Spuddy scene I had to set the variant to a specific number here. Where is it? Yeah, total variance. Okay. We'll do the same thing in here. Total variance equals 2. Okay. Alright, it does work how I'd expect it to. We should be good. Oh, actually, I can just do super index, and then, yeah, that'll work out. We can go, let's see, yeah, match index. If it's 0, then we will do this. And if it's 1, we will do fighter scene equals... I could actually just do load, it doesn't need to preload both. Just like so. And then it will do set variant text. I'm pouring more cold brew. Do you want a coffee? Yeah, I'll get up and get one in a second though, because I need to use the bathroom as well. Thank you though. Much love, much love. And we'll just do the same deal here. Using a match statement simply for the ease of adding new stuff in the future. It's all good. Alright. Initialize text. So okay, and we will let me make the actual attack here. So this is where it's going to be a little odd. I don't think I have any attacks that actually do something to other enemies, so we gotta make that happen. You got a t-shirt at the baseball game? Very nice. This is gonna be the closest we get. So we'll grab the Munchroom buff one. And instead what this is going to do is the target is going to be all enemies. And hopefully that will do what I think it will do? Question mark? I mean, it should, right? I've never actually made an enemy attack enemies so far. So I guess we're just gonna give it a shot and see what happens. Yeah, let's go for it. I just realized the problem immediately. If I'm gonna do it like this. The red munchroom only has one idle animation, so it'll crash the game if I don't do this real quick. I can get rid of this as soon as he has the same number of idle animations, but that's fine. Aspect of the shovel, and let's go. It crashed. Too many arguments for set variant. I see. Try that again. Start run. I'll go pickaxe this time. Why not? Probably not going to play long enough for it to matter. Alright, so it at least managed to generate the enemies already, because that happens at the start of the stage. And the game crashed. But why? Let's see. Fighter scene, enemy base scene old? What? Why would that possibly be the scene that it got? The set variant happens here. VAR fighter scene. Hold on. I mean, I believe I know what's happening, but that is odd. In the base enemy here, I need to make it use the new enemy base scene. But that shouldn't be a problem, because it shouldn't ever try to do that. Let's see what we got. Basically, if you don't set a variant, it's going to... Okay, interesting. There's nobody. And we are getting constant errors. Okay. Cool. So... what is happening? I ask myself this every day. Alright, in our munchroom scene, why don't we set a stop point right there for now? I just want to see what happens. Munchroom red. Munchroom green. Okay. It does have the right scenes. Yeah. Primary idle 0 is what this is called. Correct? Yes. Cool. Something else is happening. Fighter scene equals load. But why? Let's see. Okay. Load enemy by name. Initialize. Okay. And then it adds the enemy instance. Then it does set enemies to right here. Okay. So Battle Designer is still used in the way that I would think. Let's see. Fighter scene. The variant thing happens first. That's what I was concerned about, but it's not, doesn't seem to be caring about that. Which is what I find strange. It doesn't seem to, you know... It doesn't seem to be taking this into account. Variant equals index. Oh. I know what's going on. This is why you don't be a big dumb idiot. This here should be variant. That's it. That's the only thing that was making this crash. Famous last words. Man, that was frustrating for a moment. I think I can hear the computer fans in the background. No, that's actually coming from my skull. Oh, the breakpoint. I forgot I set a breakpoint. Let me just unset that. I was so worried for a moment. I was like, why did it crash? But no, I just set a breakpoint for it to stop. Alright, here we go. Munchroom time. Give it to me. Yeah, look at him go. Doing their only idle animation they have. End turn. Oh, look at that. It actually gave them both the attack up. The particles are wrong, and the particles never stop, but hey. That seems to be functioning. Now I just need to go through and fix that. Long boy. Yeah. Alright, Cambrian clay. Let's do that. Set clay part. Oh. I'm doing that in kind of an awkward way, aren't I? Oh yeah, he's a lone boy. So I just hard-coded the particle for now. I've got to give the enemies a proper control over that particle deal. So right now it's just not set up like that. So yeah, now they're giving each other attack and never actually able to do it, like use it for anything. Alright, let's give myself more luck. And see if I can get a crit. No crit. That would have been awesome. Wobble shroom. Yeah, the wobbliness is really fun. They're just giving each other infinite attack that they can't do because they don't have an attack yet. Oh, big crit. Very nice. Bro's got +5 attack. Alright. I'll heal after that. That was kind of dumb. See if I can get another attack that's actually implemented. Alright, let's see if I can get a green and a red together. Or just a green, I guess. What I can do is I can actually use these attacks because I have a way around them not working. My thorns just defeated him. Fantastic. Alright, come on. Give me both. Yeah! Alright, I want to see how absolutely destroyed I get in this battle. So let me heal up. And, see if I can get a crit. That'd be awesome. Nope. And I'll use pumice even though it's not going to do anything right now. Alright, so that munchroom healed. The pumice just went through. Oh my god, I got one shot immediately. And that's without the buff. I want to see how much damage they do if I have some defense. Maybe them healing isn't so good. They're so goofy. I just killed myself using did that just say 49? Did anyone catch that? Did that just say 49 damage? That can't possibly be right. Also, why is my defense negative? What is happening right now? I'm so confused as to what just happened. Jeez. Why do I have... How did I end up with negative defense? $40 damage. Alright, something's going on. I've got debug messages here. Alright, fix that one. That's so wacky, dude. Alright. Let me see if I can replicate that. Because I want to know how I ended up with negative defense. I just straight up didn't see it happen. I think the Varv is broken. I think something happened when I used the Varv. So I've got 1 right now. See if I can get a crit. I don't have any Varv right now, so I'll just try this. No crit. Granted, it was only a 15% chance. Even with 2 luck. Alright, so if I use Varv, what's it doing? It says I have 2 defense. And it does say 2 defense. When I use another one, what happens? Now it says I have 4. Still says 4. Try using 1 more. Now I've got 6. Now I've got 8. I'd like to see what happens if I just let it expire. So now I've got 1 turn left. Should subtract 8. I don't know why it would have problem with that math unless I've messed something up. See, it says it went back down to 1. I don't know how I ended up with negative 40 defense. I'm like super confused. Okay, I've still got just the 1 defense. I'll grab some luck. I don't think this one works right now. I think it's just gonna... Oh, it kind of worked. That's a bug. Alright. Again, 1 defense right now. I'm gonna go for the... Whoa! Big crit! Let me see if I can win this battle. Like, legitimately. No, this guy's gonna kill me, I guarantee it. Watch. Oh no! Look at that! He just healed. Alright, so they all got plus attack. I'm gonna use the Varv here and see what happens. I'm gonna heal as well. Okay, it gave me defense. What on earth happened? How did I end up with all that negative defense? Am I just never gonna find out? Is the enemy AI random, or do they do it based on the current situation? Right now it's random. They don't think at all. I don't know. I've been thinking about making it so that they react properly to heal when they need to. But right now it's not reading anywhere. Just like me, for real. Also, these items are broken, but I'll see what happens. I mean, would a mushroom think? That is a question for the ages. These ones don't look like they have any thoughts behind their eyes, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I genuinely have no idea how I ended up with all that negative defense, because now, like, everything's working. There's that bug again. This still needs to be altered. I'm gonna set some of these attacks to work for now, even if they're not like set up yet. Incompetent 0. Grab this. Oh no, that should work. We'll see if those 2 attacks will do anything. Hopefully they do. Pickaxe. Alright, I didn't get either of the attacks that I was hoping to test. So our defense up, get our luck up, and go for a crit. Nope, no crit. It's kind of funny with these guys not having an attack yet, how much they'll just sit there and raise their own attack over and over. Let's see. Crit? Nope. Crit? Nope. I should not buy a scratch ticket. Alright, gravel should work now. It should just use the mica animation. Seems alright. Mica. Attack up. I feel like you could try to make the background a little more interesting. I don't know if this one's final, but maybe like worms, roots, or other stuff. It looks a little boring. Yeah, I agree. Right now, it's in kind of a cruddy state. That was a big crit. That's, I think, the next thing on the docket for the artists working on the game. Because, yeah, it is pretty boring at the moment. Right now, a lot of what we've been trying to do is get the enemies updated, because the old sprites are, they straight up don't work right now. Like, I can't use any of the enemies that use the old system because I wasn't very smart about the way that I did the transition, which is my own fault. But, like, there are a lot of enemies that are in the game, but these are all the old sprites, and, none of them work right now. The onion's been replaced and the munchroom's been replaced, but everything else still needs work. And so, trying to get all the enemies into the game has been taking priority for a little while now. Let's get an attack animation in for this guy because I'm kind of tired of them doing nothing. I like the beetroot. Yeah, the beet is one of my favorite enemy designs that we have. The beat down beet. And then we have the killer carrot, and the yellow belly onion, and the best spuddies, and the super sweeties, which are the sweet potato variant. Let's see if I can remember all of their names. We have mash, chip, waffle, and fry. I always mess up mash and chip. That's why I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna know this off the top of my head. Alright, so we need to get an actual attack animation for this guy. So what I'm imagining in my head is the red munchroom running up, like literally a walk cycle running, and then chomping like kind of lightly because he's got a really small little mouth. But man, I don't know if I can do a walk cycle, dude. No way to know but try. Okay. Gonna call it attack. And we'll put all of our tracks in. We'll make this like 6 seconds long. And the first 1.5 is gonna be all the running. So if I think this through, right? It's gonna be moving all the way across the screen from one side to the other in the course of like 1.5 seconds. I could make it 2 seconds just because he doesn't look like he runs very fast. So I gotta get like an idea of the total steps that he's gotta take. Why don't I just guesstimate by looking at him in the game first and see what we get? Then I can just adjust the timing later. What'd you send me? Sent me some rocks. Alright, so if I imagine him walking over to me, you know, we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll call it 8 steps. Maybe I'll make it 9 so that they kind of all look like they're taking the same number of steps despite being at different distances. So we're going to be doing 1/4 second increments. So I think what we'll do is we will take this leg, move it up to like there, take this leg, move it back to there, and then by the this would only be half a step, wouldn't it? Okay. I'm trying to do this in like the most scientific way I can. If you want to call it that. Probably don't call it that. Alright. So by this point, that's not a bad looking step. Nope. Like if I were to pat myself on the back undeservingly, that's not a bad looking step. Alright, 3, 2, 5 will be the next step. And in this case, we're going to take the right leg. We are going to Bend the shin. Might even... Oh, now you're cooking with gas. Might have moved this forward like that. And take this leg. The game looks pretty neat, but I must go to sleep now. Goodbye. Well, thank you very much for stopping by, and I appreciate all the feedback. Genuinely, it helps out a lot. Also, I should be saying you can wishlist on Steam if you'd like. Gotta, like, actually push my stuff. Dun 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 dun. Okay. So we will take all of these keyframes. And cool. There's our walk cycle. So now, all we've got to do is take everything here and copy it a whole bunch of times. Point 625. Oh boy. Well, that's not good. Does not want to align with this. There we go. That'll do. So now we just do. And that fills in our first second. And now all we gotta do is fill in our second second. Oops. Should be like right there. And that should be the whole walk cycle. And so now I just gotta make him actually, like, you know, look like he's doing something. So what we'll do now. Meow. Look at him go. We will give him the scary eyes for a moment. Like so. Getting so many notifications today. All right, so we will put a keyframe on all of this. I think this is going to be really funny, by the way. I should just say. So like right from here, his head is gonna go, oh. Alright, so this will be the hit point. And that will do the damage right there. From the very beginning, he's going to start moving toward the enemy, so we're going to go to attack target. And let's set up the arguments for that. It's going to take 2 seconds to get there. It's going to be this. And it'll bite. I'm going to take this and this, this and this, and move them back to where they go. Alright, so jump. Then we will do return to home position, which will start at the 2.6 mark. And we will take all of our steppy steppies and play them again. And that same thing that happened with this. I'm going to do that from here. So at this point, it's going to have the eyes back to normal, I think. Oops. Something I need to do is set up the arguments for these. Still going to take 2 seconds to get home, but he's also going to flip around. Right, we will make a keyframe for all this stuff. And we will make it all come to a halting stop. Okay. We will then take each of these and turn them back to the default. We'll also have to do the jaw stuff. Return those to default as well. Alright, and that should do it. Emit, attack, finished. Alright, and how we're going to test this now is I'm just going to give the default Munchroom, or I'm going to give the default Munchroom attack to both of them. Later on, I'll have to give them each their own attack because this one probably shouldn't be as strong as the other one. Alright, give it a go. See what they do. See if the other one does the same thing. Oh man, why is he flying? What do you mean? Oh Lord. Does that always happen? Oh, I'm so confused. Because now I'm doubting, does the Munchroom do that too? Like the regular Munchroom? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom and get some coffee, and then we'll figure this out. He doesn't know I took all the coffee, is that right? It does. Okay, so he turns around at the last second, which is still bad. I've gotta get this working right because this is a little awkward. First of all, this can just be duration, and that will make it so it stops being so weird. As for the player position thing, I really just need to know if it's happening with the green munchroom too, because if it is, then I can just change it for everyone. But if it's not, you know? I think I know how I'm gonna fix it. I've got to win this battle. Or I die. No. River Sand. No crit. Are you kidding me? Crit? Nope. No crit. Opa. Bentonite? No. Oh man, I'm just gonna get killed. I should have used Varv. I can. Okay. Nine damage. Jeezum. That +3 attack is no joke. Oh my gosh. Let me hit him with the double Varv. See if I can survive this. So I've got 6 defense. But you have +4 attack. Okay, neither of them attacked. We're good. Let's see. We'll do gravel. Gravel actually should be a physical attack, to be clear. Alright. You. Attack me. I said attack me. That's not attacking. That's eating. Okay, so it does actually end up higher than it's supposed to. Alright. Oops. Oh, wait, no, this should be... What? Why did it do... Oh, I'm being stupid. Alright. That should fix it. At least you would hope. Let's see. See what we get. End turn. They get probably a little closer than they need to. I don't want the enemies to completely overlap. Just because I don't want to keep changing the order of who's rendered in front. Though I might end up doing that anyway. It would probably make sense if whoever is currently attacking was rendered in front. I'm going to try to get a lucky hit here. I'm a gambling addict. I try to get a crit every single match. That looks pretty good. For my first time ever animating a walk cycle, that's not too bad. I can't be too upset about that. Look at him go. They walk like how I walk at 4 a.m. That's terrifying. Never say that again. See if I can get this guy dealt with. Pow! Not too bad. I want to see how the battle with both types of mushrooms go. I swear, they do that idle animation like every single time. Like, they don't even care about the other idle animation. Alright, this gambling addict is going for another crit. Let's see if I get it. Oh, man. Oh, man. 90% of gamblers quit right before they get a crit. Alright, I gotta actually, like, try to... Because what I don't want to happen, and I know this is gonna happen, is if I keep playing the game as if I can't die because I currently can't die, I'm never going to, you know, actually be good at the game when I do add death. All right, here we go. I'm gonna try to play this legit. All right. So we'll do River Sand. I did get a pretty good draw here, so this might go okay. That's a lot of damage. God, that 8 damage is unbelievable. Yeah, no, I immediately died. Why did it skip this Munchroom's turn? Am I on the crack pipe, or did it just skip that Munchroom's turn entirely? I'm gonna have to watch that back or something. Bum 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 bum. Oh my gosh. Alright, those visuals are a little bugged out. No bone 2D children of node cap L cannot calculate bone length and angle reliably. Why am I getting that? I have no idea why I'm getting that now. Oh no. I'm just gonna set it up like that and see if that makes it stop freaking out. That is a very weird bug, or I guess not technically a bug, but it's a weird message to be getting, put it that way. I think it's because of this. Yeah, look, it got like totally screwed. What a strange thing for it to happen here. Either way, it should be fixed now. I shouldn't be getting that anymore. Alright, well, one thing I will do, I think I'm gonna nerf the Munchrooms a little bit. What just happened? Oh. So the green one's hit currently does 8 damage, which is massive. They can one-shot you almost always. I think the green one can do 6 damage instead of 8. And I think the red one can do 4. Because the red one is also going to be buffing itself constantly. So I think that's probably fair. So I need to change out the red one's attack with its proper attack. And now it should properly do less damage. So now I've kind of done the same thing that I had with the Spuddies, where when Chip and Mash hug, they heal, and when Waffle and Fry hug, they buff. So now the Munchrooms kind of have the same thing going on. You have one that heals and one that buffs. And there's nothing saying I can't give them more attacks. But, you know, for now that works. I do need the red one to have some more idle animations. I don't know if I want to go as crazy though, as I went with the green one. The green one could use another idle so that it stops doing the that one idle over and over. Alright, so those should all be dealt with now. I'll make a new idle for you. Yeah. That should be fine. Copy those. New animation, we're going to call this primary idle 3. And we will paste all of our tracks. I'm going to make this one 7 seconds long. I think what I'm going to have for this idle animation is the Munchroom's going to like lean back, and then he's going to come forward and go just kind of, you know, do his munchy thing because he's the munch guy. So I think for the first like second 0.6, he'll just kind of lean back. Lean back. So we will tilt him back like this. And oops. And I'm gonna make him throw some keyframes in there, kind of make him pause for a minute. Alright, and I'm gonna reset the legs. Yep. And reset the hip. But here I'm going to take the Snoot. Alright, change the eye to shocked. You know the Munchrooms are extra cute because their fangs are probably squishy and harmless. Oh no, Bart's here. Oh, Bart, you decided to clock in. Yay. Let me get some blanket so Bart doesn't destroy my lap. Hey, bud. Come here, Mr. Bart. Come on. Oh, what a good boy. Bart clocked in at the sleeping factory. It's the only one he does not want to sit. He jumped up and then jumped right back down. Good enough for me. See if I can't make that happen a couple of times here. I must have not grabbed all the keyframes, I guess. I see. So he'll just kind of rock back and forth, and he'll go chomp, chomp. Oh no. Munchroom be looking, yeah. Right, and then we're just gonna go through and go like this. Just get rid of all the keyframes that never change. Like so. Grab just the ones that change, like so. We'll grab these. And we're just gonna... Oh boy. He doesn't really look very scary. I thought I could make him look scary for the, you know, sake of it, but he doesn't really look that scary. They're just kind of too cute, you know? See what it looks like in game. Hi, Bart. You finally decide you want to be my friend? Come here, bud. Wanna jump? Come on. Come on, Bart. You can do it. Stop getting distracted. Come on. You wanna be friends? Hello? Unfortunately, Bart is not very smart. So I have my feet up with a blanket, and he just goes under there because it's like a tent. Come on. Jump. Bart. Look. No wonder there's a phrase that it's like herding cats. Wonder why they could possibly think that that's a difficult thing to do. Bart, his last chance. Come on. You can do it. Come on, bud. Clancy was on the desk early in the stream. You'll have to scrub through later, but there's a part where he peeks up and looks directly into the camera. It's really cute. That should do it. Bart is a sit on the floor and get pets cat today. Alright, the munchroom idols all work. I think 4 idle animations is plenty. I think I don't need to add more for each character. Now let's see the actual attacks. Or just the one attack. I think by itself, the Munchroom's a lot easier to fight now. I also have to keep in mind that I don't have like beginner attacks right now. I've kind of just got whatever I left in for testing. So I shouldn't worry too much about balancing. Not yet, at least. Wow, big crit. Chasing that high of a double crit. Alright, we will ignore the visual bug. Pay no attention to the visual bug. Alright, well, I think that we have the animations that we need, that, you know, the whole stream is for. So I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed this, then be sure to leave a like and wishlist Mountains and Molehills on Steam. It's out there right now. Link is in the description. And I'll put it in the chat as well for those watching this in the future. And I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.